and welcome to my tutorial on how to create a laser show. This tutorial shows you from scratch how to create a laser show. We will do a beam show as well as a graphics show, so we will have both parts of the laser show world in this show. The show has been created for HSC Kreuzlingen, which is a handball team, and this team made it to the Premier League of Switzerland. So this show was for celebrating their win. At the end of this tutorial video, you will find a take of the actual show as well as a take of this show in the studio. The laser show I created as show file just in the description of this video, so you can download it and use it for yourself, modify it, or create new content with it. Have fun and enjoy the tutorial.
Okay, so first of all, we need to import the data we got from the designer. So there is some portraits of the players that we need to import, and we got them as ILDA files from the designer. So what I'm gonna do is I open the catalog file and import the ILDA file here. So this is the file, and you can see we have the different heads, the different faces up here, and we can now import them. You see it's 21 people, which is fine. So in this case, I just select the file and save it as PIC file. So to do so, we need to go to the desktop, select Showcontroller, and then PIC. And here we can create a custom folder that we want to use. In our case, I call it HSC, which is the handball club that we're doing that for. And this is the file of player 1. I will rename them later when I get the names properly, and then I save them accordingly. But in this case, I just want to save these files as pics. So you see, if we have a ILDA file with several frames, we can extract the frames pretty easily with using the catalog in Showcontroller, PIC edit, and thus we can easily split up a bundled ILDA file . Because later on we want to have these files separated so we can call them more easily and also put animations or whatever we want to do with these files more easily than if we have it in one file. That's not that easy to deal with in Showcontroller. You maybe wonder why the colors of the faces are sometimes blue or have some different colors you wouldn't expect in a face. This is quite normal because we cannot do all different colors that you would expect with laser. For example, you cannot make black with laser because obviously there is no black light, so we need to kind of emulate the color to make it look more or less natural. And if you see the projection later on, it looks quite natural, and the whole projection is nice with using blue instead of of black. We could use white, but white is so much of a contrast to black that it probably wouldn't look good. So normally, if you have these darker colors, you go with blue to display that with laser. Okay, here we go. So we saved all this to the catalog. Now we're able to recall the catalog in real time. So we have the option to call it when we restart real time. We don't find it here yet because it's a new folder, so real time doesn't know that there is a new folder. But let's see if we can change to the animation, to the effects, and then back to static. And here we have HSC, that's the folder we just created. And you see here are the heads of the players. That's quite good, and we can directly use them on the timeline now directly from this selection. Okay, let's move on with the audio. Let's put the audio file. Here we got two different audio files. I've got the waveform and the MP3. I go for the waveform, so we have a proper layout and we don't have any problems with different timing that may occur if you have an MP3 that changes the timing dynamically. That might cause issues. So to just avoid that, I stick with that wave file I created. We have 7 minutes 30. You see that here, and that's what we go with. And now I save that show. It's HSC, and then I do some versioning because I know that there will be many versions of that, and I also want to save different versions in between to make sure that if anything happens, we don't have problems. Also, I enable backups now, so it automatically saves my work. So if something breaks, I still have a backup that I can get back to. So from the audio side, I have a normal laser show from the beginning, and then at a certain point the music gets slower, so we have a climax somewhere here, and then the music gets slower and all these players are introduced one by one to the audience. So that's what the heads are for. So what I do now is I put the heads on the timeline with a certain timing here, and later on I can put them to the correct position, but I just want to put them to the timeline and put the names, so I have a preview of that set of the introduction and can move on from that state. So what I do now is I just put these guys to the timeline. Let's just zoom in a bit with the mouse wheel. Let's have a look. I just need to find a good spot to put all these with the corresponding names later on, so we can make that look good. Just put them underneath and get them the same length. So you see, it's pretty simple. Just drag and drop to the timeline. See, all these portraits have been taken from pictures. So each player has his own character, and you can directly identify them. And I really love how this really came out. When I set the pictures to the designer, I wasn't sure if it actually would look that good, that individual per person, because there's a lot of artwork around where it's kind of um, generic silhouettes of people, but in this case it's very, very specific, and I really love the way it turns out now. Can imagine it's a lot of content that gets into this show, because we have all this graphics content, and there will be a lot of effects content as well. So yeah, definitely makes sense that the system saves automatically, just to make sure we don't run into any crashes and data loss, because it's quite a big project. For projecting these portraits, we're gonna have two devices with CT scanners. It will be TOM units, and that's what's the plan. We have these TOM units with CT scanner equipment to make sure that the scanning is quick enough to project all this more or less flicker-free, which is big challenge because these are complex graphics to be done with the lasers. So what we have now is all the 21 um, portraits on here. Let's just check. I'm not sure what time we use per introduction per player. Let me just check on that. Probably about, I would say it's about 10 seconds. Now let's go 15 seconds per player. So that will be that size. I press shift to mark all of them, and then we do 15 seconds, and then there will be like a break in between. So I'll have a break in between each of these players of about 5 seconds as well, so they can go to the court, be introduced, people clapping, then they can walk off, and there is sufficient time for them to do so. So that's the plan. Let's see how this turns out. Okay, so let's just move those to the desired positions. Zoom a bit. Not exactly sure. So this is basically 15, that's 5 more. So yeah, this one goes here, and this one goes here. Okay. Just taking these with me. Pushing these along. So this one goes here. I just put each to a separate line, but this wouldn't be necessary. Yeah, maybe I just put them in the same line. Makes it easier later on to handle this. But it's not necessary, so you can put it to any line. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter in which kind of scanner you assign them to. So in this case, we assign it to scanner 1, but it doesn't matter. We can change that later on. So it's just a matter that we have the content on this part of the timeline and not another part. Just getting rid of that one. Just want to have everybody have the same timing now. This may change later on because some of the players probably are not active players, but sitting on the bench, and some spare players. They probably have a shorter introduction, but this is something that we can have a look later. Looks like we're running out of time already now at the end, which is okay because we have, how many have we left? It's 10 players left, so that should be fine for the timing side. I'll just have a look at the names. Then I'll just exceed the timing now because we have the media file is 7 minutes 30, but I give it 10 minutes 30, so we exceed the audio file, just to be able to put these faces on the timeline. Maybe also we alter the audio file later to make it a bit longer, to correspond with the timing we need for introducing the players. Okay, there we go. Oh, already running out of time again. I think maybe the 15 seconds is a bit long, but we'll change that later. No problem at all. I just wanna give an introduction to the customer of the whole concept later, and that's why it makes sense to have them all on the timeline already, so he can see how it will look like when I'm meeting him. So this is it, all of them on the timeline, and yeah, these ones we just put down to the other level, so on the same level, just for making it look nicely. Not necessary, as I said. Okay, so we put them here. Now we have the challenge that we need to yeah, present the names as well. This is a bit more difficult for us, as we need to identify each player. We'll do that with the pictures later and put the corresponding names underneath. But let's have a look at the names in general. So I got the names of these guys. Now I wanna put them, create the names in a way that I can easily deal with them later on, and handle them in a way that it's easy for me to put effects to the names and all that. So I don't want to put like a direct text thing to the timeline, but I want to prepare the text beforehand to make sure that this all looks good and neat. So what I do is I put text element here, and select the corresponding font. I want to use a stick font somehow to make sure that it looks nice. Not sure which one fits best because there is an air. It's a non-normal character. It's a non UTF character, and you see it's not included in the text set. Just in that set, it's included. As I probably have to do the text with a non-CT laser. I'm not sure about that yet. I don't know. I probably have to go with this font type because this is the only one that seems to carry this special character, which is not bad because I think the font is fine. Let me just put it like that. Okay, so we move the whole thing somewhere here. Yeah, that looks good to me. So I save that as pig file, and we put that to HSC, and I do it like that. Okay, good. Next one. Next name is Lutz. Save as pig. Lutz. Okay, new one. Next one is Kan. There we go. I just try to center it in a certain way so we don't have to make too many individual settings later on when positioning the text, because the text needs to go to the floor most probably, and we need to align it in a way. So if all the text have the same size and go to the same position, it's much easier to align it later on. Ramos Edge. We can of course make changes to the size and all this later by applying size commands and stuff like that, but I just try to get everything prepared like that. So next is Faber. See, there's more special characters. Just going name by name. And then we can recall all that later just from the pick library. We just drag it to the timeline and that's it. I'm probably not the fastest programmer. The good thing is, as these are vectors, we can scale them on the timeline as we want. So we can increase size, we can decrease size without having any problems, and probably quality loss or whatever you would have if you do that with a normal pixel graphics. Oh, typo. Not long to go anymore. There is more width. It's double, which is okay, so we just need it once. Okay, there we go. So we have all the names on here, and now we need to identify who is who, because that's what I don't know, and it's not with the files, so we need to kind of change the view on here and get extra big symbols. So let's have a look who is who. You see also the texts are on here already, so we now know how to deal with that. Let me just play that, and we'll do a pause. Let's have a look. It goes here, okay. Okay, here we go. Laser preview. Let's put that to maximum. And there we go. We play that. And let's see. I use the right mouse to move that. And now let's identify who is this guy. I don't know who is this guy, but let's see what the pictures say. Ah, this should be the first guy. It's Bledler, I think. Yeah, he looks like that. So yeah, let's try that. I just put that one. Okay, next guy is this one. And there we go. Who is that? That is a different one. Let's see, who is that? Is that Ramosage? No, it's not, because of the hair. I don't think it's because of the hair. Let's see what the hair is about. I think the hair is the clue. Difficult, they all have the beard thing. No, it's not him. Who is that? Looks like more, brighter hair. I actually don't know. Is this Bledler? No. Oh, it's so difficult. Ah, it's him. It's him. I'm quite sure it's him. It's Felber. If we find out it's different, we can change it later on, no problem. So this one guy with a bit longer hair. Let's see who has the longer hair. That's him, that's Kuhn. Kuhn, where is it? Here it is. Okay, next one is also blonde guy, no beard. Let's see. Blonde guy, no beard. That's him. I think it's Portman. Is it? Is it him? Hein? I think it's Portman. Blonde guy. Let's do a different approach. That is correct. Let's see, Ramo, that is Ramo. So let's have a look where Ramo is. So this is not Ramo. Is that Ramo? Let's have a look. I'm using the Ilda viewer of Laser Animation Solinger. No, that is not. It's a free tool you can use for viewing ILDA files. And that's the one, I think. Is it the one? Yes, that's the one. So this is what we know. This is Ramo, that's correct. So we put Ramo with him. That is him. So, okay, let's open the next one. Portman. That is Portman. Let's have a look. That seems to be Portman. Yes, that's Portman. Okay, so that's good. Then have a look at the next one. Open Leoy. That's Leoy. Okay, that's quite characteristic. That's him. Okay, let's check. you see how quickly we filled this folder with data, with all the names and the pictures and stuff, and that went pretty quickly, and it's already quite full. So let's have a look at the next guy to make sure that we have the correct names with the faces. So now it's seller. So this one is seller. Let's have a look. Is that him? Yes, exactly, that's him. So let's put his name with him. That is fine. We'll do the fine tuning later on. So it's just to get everything together now and stitch the content. So this is Breedman. Okay, let's have a look at Breedman. That's him. Okay, there we go. On to the next one. Let's have a look. Breedman. Cap'n, okay, let's have a look. I think I saw him back here, but I might be wrong. Oh, was that him? Yes, that's him. That's Cap'n Tula. Okay, so nice one. Then let's have a look. File open, Cap'n Tula. So Marinovich, that's Marinovich. Is that him? Oh, yeah, that's him, Marinovich. Okay, next one. It's Oliver Vipp. Let's see what's going on. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. So I'm wrong with Faber. That's wrong. It's Wipfinch instead. No problem. Okay, good one. Then have a look further. College. That's him. Okay. Good. That's the other Viv guy. Viv. That's him. I just make a quick save of a second version. So if something happens, still have an older version available. I do that quite frequently to make sure that not whole day's work gets lost by just stupid mistakes or whatever. It's Bear, so this is Sandro Bear. That's him. Okay. Okay. Next one. Data. That's somewhere back here. That's him. Data. Okay. And now to after last ones. Bash. That's in. Bash. Okay. Good. Then open more. Okay, I'm missing some more of these. Let's have a look. Here, some of them are missing, so I need to assign the other ones by hand and find out who is who, but we'll get there. Okay, so this one I hope we can identify more easily. Somebody with a green shirt, yeah, that's Felber, of course. So we put Felber. Okay, and then we have probably also not too difficult to identify. I'm not sure. That should be Tahiro Kai. I think it is him. Yeah, it should be Tahiro Kai. I must say I don't know these guys, so it's difficult for me because I haven't met them. Probably I have, but I cannot remember. So that makes it a bit difficult for me to assign that, but it works out. So this guy. Could be Schneider. I think it's Schneider. Then we have this guy. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Who is that? Could be college. I'm not sure. Do we have college yet? We do have college. So who is that? Could be Lutz. Do we have Lutz yet? I'm not sure. Yeah, this is Lutz. This should be easier, I think. I hope so. It must be Berisha. Yeah, it must be Berisha. Okay, so we shouldn't have any double. What is that? Why is there no name showing? Let me just check on that. Yeah, that seems to be double. I'm not sure why. We definitely need to. Okay. Somehow this is wrong. I'm not sure. Okay, so we have this. If we delete that, we can also delete that. Not sure. That's Leroy. Okay, we do another save as that's it. So what we're gonna do now is put the timing properly. So they all get the same length. I think it's quite long with these. Maybe I just shorten the whole thing a bit. Back to 10 seconds. That should do. And then we go like this. Okay, that looks good. And we do this and that, and also shorten that to the 10 seconds. That should be fine. Just stop so we can move more easily with all the content. Okay, we reduce to 10 seconds. I think that is fine, 10 seconds per player. Just need to be a bit quick, but they need to warm up anyway, so that's not the big deal. There we go. That way it better fits with the audio file as well later. As you remember, we shortened the audio, we extended the time frame because the audio file was too short, and by doing this now, it makes it easier to fit everything together. Okay, there we go. We put that, we put it to 10 seconds here. Everybody can rely on the same timing. That one. Very good. Okay, there we go. And then we have this, and we have that. So for the beginning now, it's just moving content back and forth and align it. It'll get more exciting. Won't be the last time for me to change the alignment of these because I am sure that the customer will have some wish for adaptation here, you know, a bit longer, a bit shorter, whatever. And that's why I know that there will be changes, but I need to prepare something for the customer to have a look at. And this is what I'm just doing. I just put something up so they can see, oh yeah, this is nice. I want to have it that way or another way. But then I can talk with the customer more specifically than if it was just like saying, okay, I do have the content. Be surprised what's happening when the show starts. So I just want to give him some insight beforehand so he's confident that the show will be good. Because it's an important game for this team. They probably get to the first league in Switzerland, the first handball league. So it's the decisive game, and they more or less know that they will make it. So this is an important thing they wanna celebrate. That's why we're doing this show. I did a show for them about 3 years ago when they made it to the second league in Switzerland. So it was not that long of a journey for them to really get to the top. And that's why they want to celebrate accordingly. So that's it. So we could already shorten it by quite a bit. And will be even shorter, so the whole introduction of the staff will be quite short. But for now, we stick with this. It's only the field players that are actually playing will be shown in full, and the rest will be a brief introduction, which is much quicker. Okay, let's see if the presets fit. Yeah, presets fit well. So let's put the fade in and fade out effects to that, because I wanna have fade in and out effects to this. So what I did, I did a mistake. I made a mistake because I put all these names directly under the faces, which is a problem now, because all effects I apply only apply to the content just above. So if I apply an effect underneath now, that would mean that it only applies to the content element that is straight above it. But that's not what I want to have. So I need to have some gap in between to make that work out. And this is what we do now. We just give some. That was not good. We just give it some space in between. Just zoom in to be a bit more accurate when moving it, like this. So it should be fine. Okay. Just save it as a different version again, just to make sure that we have everything properly done. And yeah, let's play this and have a playback. I'm not sure why we do have this happening now. I don't know exactly why this happened, but okay, we get that sorted. Is it Bash? Maybe this is not Bash. This is Showcontroller. It's Marinovich. Now we can apply the effects. I want to apply fade in and fade out effects to both the faces as well as to the name, so it looks neat and clear. Okay, so it seems that the names didn't match properly last time when I shifted it. Now it looks good. Okay, saving that. Okay, so we have these effects here. We apply fade in and fade out effect to all of these. Okay, now let's have a look here. What I think may happen is that they have changes to the team that's actually playing, so we might have to change the whole order of these faces just minutes before the game starts. So that will be a challenge if there is last minute changes to all this, but we'll see if that will be necessary or not. But that'll be a bit of a challenge because you see aligning that precisely can take some time, and we don't want to miss on any obstacles here. As you can see, it's pretty simple to drag and drop all the content to the timeline. That is a huge advantage of Showcontroller, that it's so easy to operate. So pretty much everybody can use it like that. Just need to put the content, put the effects underneath, and that's it. And then you're good to go. That's why I like to work with Showcontroller. It's so easy and flawless. It's crazy good. Okay, there we go. Putting all these effects, of course, it takes some time, but it makes the whole thing look much nicer later on if there is these fade in and fade out effects. It's not just like plop, there is the image, but it's like, you know, smoothly fading in, smoothly fading out. That's a really, really nice effect here. Okay, the last one. Okay, there we go. I'll make another file version just to make sure we don't get any problems later on. And if we have a look at that, should be able to put that here. Now we have the content in the with the text we have on the same scanner currently, so the same output scanner. We don't want to have that on the long run because we want to deal with it differently. Now I want to have the graphics content displayed with two lasers, split up the content. That'll be something I need to set up on site properly with a CT unit, and there will be another track that does the names. To do so, I need to copy this content to another track. So all this content I just made here, I right click and then I can copy this active items to scanner. In this case, I'll put it to scanner 2. Okay, so if we overlay 3 and have just 2, we see that, and on 1 we have it as well. But on 1, I want to delete it now. If we do overlay 2, we see it's on scanner 2 now. So for the preview, that is 3, that is 1, where is 2, that is 4, where is 2, where is 2? Where is scanner 2? I don't see scanner 2. Scanner 1. Scanner 5, 6, 7. But where is 2? That's 1. 8. No, don't want to have 8. 9. Don't want to have 9. There is 2. There is 2. So we put 2 down here. And we have 1 up here. So 1 is up here. So we should have the projection up here and the text down here in the preview. So when playing from, let's do the full length. Do the full length play. We play that from here, and you can see that there is the projection. This is from scanner 1. We can put the scanner 1 down here, and scanner 2, there is it. You can see that it's flipped upside down. So what we do is scanner 2, there's an inversion on x-axis, and that should be fixed now. Now it's fixed, and here we don't have any inversion, so this is all fine now. So you see we have Coon, we have a Portman, so, and this smoothly fades in and fades out, so it's quite a nice effect. And I think with the 10 seconds, it's long enough for the players to go to the field and just introduce themselves, and then just step aside for the next one to enter the field. So that looks quite good. I'll leave it like that and head for the customer and see what he says to that, and then we move on from there. Now we got a set of the players. Now for the graphics projection, these need to be modified a bit later on because not all of them get the full introduction. Some of them get a shorter part of the introduction. So if you match up the players with the audio file, you see it up here. it's perfectly fine, because that will be a bit shorter, so it perfectly fits the more silent part of the audio. Let's check on the audio, because we need to update the audio again. There has been some changes to the audio, which is not a big deal for what we're gonna do, but in this case it's important to load the new audio and also to start a new WAV file analysis, because we need to have the new WAV file. It's just the same file I select for the WAV file analysis, and Showcontroller now analyzes the WAV file so we can see the waveform for programming further. It takes a short while. You can also kind of modify how the waveform should be processed. This is something you can do here. I don't do any major modifications. I just take it as it does as standard. That normally suits what I need. Okay, let's just wait for it to finish. Okay, there we go. Done. Okay. It looks pretty similar. Save the show again. Let's make sure we have enough backup copies of that. But what I see is that the amplitude of the whole sound thing may be different for the final part. This is what I can change later, because I can simply re-edit my audio file. But for my programming, it's sufficient now to get this going. And yeah. Okay. So let's try to check on which scanner should do what. Now what I did is I have scanner 1 does the faces, scanner 2 does the names. So these are the two graphics projection scanners for now. The problem is I want to have these on a different layer, probably. I'm not sure, because it is difficult in the end to handle all this on one scanner. But let's see how we get going further. So for a normal symmetrical setup, we assume we have one central scanner, then we have satellites and more satellites. In this case, this is a 5 scanner setup, so the show should be on 5 scanners. So it's 3 different content lines, meaning I have the main scanner, I have first satellite and second satellite. So it's basically 3 content lines I need to cater. However, the whole content will be different, as it's a non-symmetrical setup for the part where the projection happens. So I need to consider that before I program, because I need to modify the different scanners individually. So what I will have is not like a 3 scanner programming, but it will be a 5 scanner programming with different modifications and just a basic copying in the end from one to the other scanner, depending on which scanner level we're dealing with. So maybe it's only, it can be only 4. So 4 is sufficient, but there will be a split up that we need to do with the satellite scanners. So normally the first output scanner should be the center one. So this is normally what you do. You have a center scanner, which is fine in this case. Then we have E2, which is the first satellite, E3 is the second satellite, and E4 is in our case, the outer laser. So it's the fourth and fifth satellite. They do the same. So we just mirror the projection then, and we just assign these in our setup. So the setup will look like that. This one is inverted. This one is not. And this one is not. This one is not. And this one isn't either. So that's basically the setup we'll have later. Assignment will happen when we set up everything. So, okay, so we're fine. We get going with the first scanner, which is the main scanner that does the main effect. I have the option to have a second scanner down here. So if I select that one, it could be the second scanner. But I stick with the first one first, just to make sure that we can properly do the editing. So what we need to do when we want to get going, I need to zoom in a bit and to have a look at the timing for the audio. As you can see from the amplitude up here, the audio will start a bit slow, so we also need to be a bit slow with our effects and make it build up over the whole track. So you see the track builds up like that, and then we have a climax here, and then we'll stop. It will be slow again for the introduction of the players, and then we'll have a grand finale here with a big blast. So let's stick with the start first. So the audio is some sort of epic music. It's been a re-edited version of some epic music, and that perfectly fits for laser shows. So let's listen to the first kind of part of the track to just get an idea how it sounds like. Okay, so this is how it actually sounds like, and you see there is a lot of climax building up in the beginning, and this is what we want to take advantage of by yeah, kind of building the climax with using more scanners, more content, just building it up bit by bit. So as you probably have seen, the main colors of the AHC Kreuzlingen is red and probably a bit of white. So this is the colors that we want to mainly work with, just to give the idea of the whole branding of the content. And let's see how we can start with different effects. Let me just check on what we have content wise that we could make use of. Yeah, these are some circles. I'd like to modify some of the custom patterns. This one I like very much down here, but I need it in red, so I want to re-edit it. I could also do some color shifting, whatever effect. I don't want to do that. I just want to use that one and modify it to make it look as I want to have it. So I just open the picture catalog, I browse pick. Okay, there we go. There we have the pattern, and this is where we go. And I just need to deactivate all inactive, so I hit I for not having these selected. Just want to have that one probably, and do red and recolor the point. Do the same with that guy and that guy, and recolor them, and here we go, we have it in red. Save the pick as red, There we go. And that's it for now. So I'm able to use that one. I just change the selection back to custom, and here we go. So this is what I want to use. So I drop it to the timeline, and it will be like, I let it build up, and then we add an effect, fade out effect underneath to make it fade out. So it comes in very bright, but very soon fades out. So we have like this bam effect. Let's see how it will look like. Let's just play that bit. I just put another end marker here, a play marker here. So we just let it play, and you see it in the preview. And it fades out. We have the same one here, and then as we move on further, I'll add the same effect on more scanners. So we not only have it here, but on more scanners. I use Shift and drag to mark these, and copy this. Copy all active events to clipboard, and then I just do paste events from clipboard to the active part. This is just, I just move it here, and I paste it again and move it here. But in this case, I want to have the same effect on the other scanners as well, but this is what I do later. So I just do the first scanners now. I do the projection on just scanner 1. I do the programming, and then we put it to the other scanners. Okay, so this is what we do first. Let's just move on. I wanna use the same effect several times, but it will get a climax, and a combination from combination of several output scanners make the effect much nicer in the end. So let's set this just for having a look how it looks like now. Just starting. So timing is super important. You don't want to miss on the bang. Okay, so what you hear in from sound-wise is that we not only have this bam like singular thing, but there's something happening in the background. This background effect I wanna use on the other scanners to fill in. So we have like if you have an orchestra, you have main instruments that basically carry the melody, and then you have additional instruments that fill in and make percussion, make other effects that fill the whole track. And this is exactly what's happening here. So we have like a main instrument. This can change during the show, but this is something I wanna have built up, like the main instrument, the scanner number 1, the central scanner, and then we fill in the other ones, and it will change during the show which scanner is the main scanner. So just to make it more vivid, more diversified, this is what I'll do later. So the outer scanners will become main scanners, or the satellite scanners, whatever. But for now, this is the main scanners we wanna put up. Okay, let's do that quick. I just do a new beginning here and set new end point here. Let's have a listen. Okay, so now the sound changes a bit. So we not only have the bang, but it's like a stuttering effect with it. So let's paste this effect again, but we'll have it in a different way. So this one will not only be like the red one, but we'll just a second. Let me just put it that way, and then I select another one, and we get that reduced a bit. and then we'll have like a stutter to it and a climax as well. So currently it's red and white dots, but we can make it much brighter with making it completely white. So this is what I wanna do. I wanna put it to complete white. There is different ways of doing it, but as I'm really, I want to do the easy way, I just modified that one. You see the points are still selected, and I just want to put them to white and save it as picture. So it's much easier for me to use it later by just saving it, and I have it available here. You see it's instantly available. Can just use that one and put it up here. So now we need to be more precise, and I zoom in so we see what the actual effect is like. I also make a bit of a shorter playback. Okay, need to get that bit to that way. So begin here. Okay, so so this one starts from here, and we need to copy it, paste it, and shorten it. So it should start with a red bang, of course, but it then should become a white bang. Okay. And this one we need to copy. So let's check how this looks like. So we got this. Need to give it a listen again. I just start here and here. Let's go. Not that bad. Okay, so we have three of them. So okay, we gotta. So it's okay. That's okay. So this is the main scanner. So this is the main effect. These background noises will have with the other scanners. Okay, let's zoom out a bit. Okay, there we go. Let's just grab that, copy, and paste the events here and try if we can use the same pattern down here. No, we can't because it sounds differently. That's no problem. Let's move that away. Okay. So what I do is now I arrange these here, but I put like a gradient, like a fade out effect to them. So they get darker by time. Let's check on that. I just place these as spheres here. Okay, so this looks nice. So we put them as emphasis. Let's see if we can use the same pattern and put it just here. Okay, so we're still in a very basic pattern, but this will get more vivid, more diversified very soon. Let's just have a look what's going on in the next part of the song, just so we get an idea what we need to do. Okay, so we still have some basic pattern that we can use up here, and then it gets more punchy, more diversified up here. So let's dig into that and have a look how we can probably go further with the existing line. I just paste. That was not good. Just delete that. And I just paste things here. Okay, so what can we do here? For this bang, which is just a minor bang before the big climax starts. Let's have a look what we can do with it. I'd like to put in some movement. I put it to a different level of the track. It doesn't matter where you put them, just if it's just content element and then effects underneath. But let's have a look how it sounds again. Let's listen to it again, because sometimes you need to re-listen one or the other part of the song very often. Okay, what I like to do is I want to have like a hotspot effect, but then zoom it down. So in this case, it's like, yeah, let's just use that one. It's an overall zoom, but I want to have it zoom open. So I want to have it from 0 to 1, which normally is from single spot in this case to a beam, to the whole pattern. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So because with lasers, the intensity of the laser increases if you have less points to be drawn, or if the points are just in one single point. That's why when using this type of effect, you have more brightness in the spot, and then when it's opening up, it gets less bright. So, but it's a wider effect then. That's quite nice. So, yeah, let's try to copy these events and paste the events here. And then, yeah, we put it here and we put it here. It's the same type of effect, but I try, yeah, let's see how it looks like. Okay, I think we can extend that a bit longer. I think that works out pretty well. And we can put in another fade effect just to make it fade out. On here and on here and on here. Let's see, I just do another new file just in case something crashes, some problems occur, whatever. I just save it as a different file so we have it even if there is a crash. Okay, so for this climax here, I'd like to add an effect that is just the other way around. So it zooms to spot, and then it disappears, and then there is the bang. So this is effect-wise, I'd like to do that in red. Maybe we use just that square. I'm not sure. Maybe also a circle. Let's see. Which one are we gonna use? Let's just use a basic circle. Normally that should do it. So from 100% and we go to spot. So we have the size thing again. Size. Go from 1 to 0. And we need to put a very steep fade out at the end. And we need to fade in as well. So let's see how that looks like. And we add color later. Okay, so circle. Cool. Very nice. That's what we want to do. Okay, so we want to have that in red and we want to put that to white to make it a bit more vivid. So we put color fading on the other color channels. In my case, so we have red, we have 0 green, and we want to have it to 1, and we also have 0 blue and want to go to 1. So this should normally, if I remember right, that should be now fading from red to white. Yeah, it actually does. But we cannot see it that well with the red because it already starts fading pretty quickly. So this doesn't work. We use a different effect. Let's move on. We have more, and I'm not sure if we can make a curve for the color. No, we can't. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We get there. Let's try that. That is what we need. Okay, let's see if it works. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I wanted. Just wanted it for a little bit more longer in the red, and then just fading it off. Maybe we do it like that, just to make sure that it really looks red at the beginning. So we have 0 to 0, and this one also goes here, and we do 0 to 0. Okay, so this one should now definitely Exactly. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Maybe that one a bit shorter, so it definitely goes white. Yeah, exactly. That's nice. And we do a similar effect on the other lasers. So especially in this scene, we'll have all lasers on, like like doing like small effects, and then the climax comes and kicks in, and we'll have like super bright effects. Um, that, that's what we want to fire up here now. So let's have a look, because this is the main part now with having all this intense effect. So let me just put begin here and put end here, and let's see what we put as graphics. Let's listen to it again to get an idea and program. Okay, from the type of music, I'd like to have this impact, like bam, and then I'd like to have a rotation happening. Like with this intermediate scene, I want to put some rotation, and to make that most intense, I think it would be a good idea to have like these hot beam things, because they normally are super intense, and if it's not only one hot beam but several hot beams, it normally should work out pretty well. Let's have a listen how long we need to get it going. Okay, so there is the second bang. So this one goes until here, and then we put a rotation. That should probably go here, and then we go from 0 to 1, and let's have a look how this looks like. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to achieve. Let's just copy that, copy all active events to clipboard, paste from clipboard, and it basically is the same effect just after the other one, and that normally. Okay, something is not that nice, but here we go. Okay, let's save that again. It's another file, different file name, just to make sure if anything crashes, we have backup. So let's see if that is already what we want to achieve. Okay, this is too boring. We need to put some additional effects to it, some fading. So we have this emphasis, or every time again. Something is broken now. Don't want to have that. Want to have that. That one can go. That one needs to copy, paste, and here we go. And here we go. So now let's see if that looks better. Just that looks quite nice already. So let's move on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the global timeline we're dealing with. So you see, it took us not that long to fill in the first minute So this is it. So we always need to consider that this is our first scanner, and we need to do 2 tracks more to make that work. So we need to now focus on the first track, but then we need to fill in content for the second and the third track, and that's still some way to go. Let's see what we add to that effect later, because we can always add things later on. And I'd like to proceed a bit quickly now to see where we get with the basics, and then we can later check if we can probably use existing patterns from before somewhere else, like in a music track where there is recurring patterns, and I like to use that for laser shows as well. So let's see if we can do that. But first of all, let's get an audio impression for the next part to see what we can add as content there. That's a pretty similar pattern that we're facing here, which is okay, because we can use that and modify the pattern we have there, which is quite nice because it builds a visual climax. Even though we don't have an audio climax, we can build a visual climax on that. So I copy all these events and I paste them, and I just add them again and add them again. Let's see if that works out. I'm not sure, but maybe. Man, that was just a rough copy paste thing. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty homogeneous pattern. So we have very similar parts in here, but we also have this additional and this is what we Okay, let's see what we can do to diversify the effect a bit. I just put the same effect for the whole time frame here, which is super boring if you leave it like that. But I just wanted to be able to put some variation to it. Plus, I think it's a good start because it gives me an idea where the whole thing starts and where it ends and where the special effects come in, and I think that helps a lot with building up the whole story a bit more in detail, with adding more effects to it. Let's see, I just put the preview a bit bigger. too fast. Basically, I think it should be like 6 or so, just for the time of It's not super convincing, but I think it's a nice effect. If we put that to the other scanners as well, that might look really, really good. But of course, I'm not sure. We need to check that out. Probably also in detail a bit more. Okay, let's see what we can. Okay, I like to vary the effect a bit because we have the dotted line here, but I want to make it a bit more dynamic by not using a dotted line but a dotted circle. So what I want to do is I want to make the circle emerging from a line. So to achieve that effect, I want to flatten that circle, and then so this is like a line, but then I want to reduce that effect. So for doing so, I use the size Y effect. Yeah, that should do it. So I do from 0 to 1. That should be it. So I remove that effect just for now, just to see how it looks like. Yeah, I'm stupid. I should have not used that. I use that. There we go. It's basically a variation of the first pattern, and I want to get on further with it by varying that in a way to achieve some sort of climax to the next breakpoint of the effect. So what I want to do is now add some rotation. I take that rotation, put that. Then I like to add that color thing, but we leave the rotation. And then we have to listen what's happening on the audio side. Let's have a look. Just ignore the line. Yeah, let's listen. Okay, let's listen when the full stop comes back. Bam, bam, bam. So we have bam, bam, bam up here, and that's what we do the pulse for. So we put some pulse and we do like linear. So we do from repeat that bam bam bam, so it's 3 times, and let's try that. That needs to go a bit longer. And this one, we get rid of that one. Don't need that. That we don't need. So let's have a look how all this looks like. So it's a bit earlier. So we leave it like that. And this one goes with 10 repeats. And that one goes on. And then we have the fade out effect that goes on here. So let's have a look if that works. Now we need to actually leave that a bit like this, and then we should be finished. End it here. So begin here. Good. That sounds good. So we have a variation to the effect. We have a new type of pattern we're using. Still a very intense pattern. So we're using the hot beam patterns just to get the intensity we want to use. This will not be any audience scanning show, so the audience will not be hit by the laser, which makes it much easier to handle, and we can shoot all those hot beams. We don't need to care about where they actually might hit or might not hit. It's just like our setting that we do, and there we're shooting the hot beams too. So it will be a safe area. So for programming, this is super nice because we can do what we want. We don't need to care to for using super iSafe patterns to make that happen. So in this case, it's just without any audience scanning, which is uncommon for me, but yeah, it does the job. So let's have a look. Now we're heading for a silent part. So what happened was we have a climax. We're doing that pulsing effect on the climax, and now we're back to the silent part. For the beginning, I used mostly white and red as colors, which is a bit boring in the end if you really want to go for a happy laser show that really gets people going. So what I want to do is I want to add more color after this breakpoint. So I want to start with more colors in this break already, but afterwards I want to go more colorful and put all the different colors a bit more. This is important because I want to have like this climax also from the visual side, not only from the sound file. there's some violence building up. Okay, violence building up. Let's listen where they build up to, just to have an idea. Okay, so we have like an intermediate section with low violence. To make that smoother from the effect side, I go more for like planes and not for the harsh beams in this case, just to make it like a nice smooth effect with the violence. So let me just check if we can go for with patterns like this. Until here, and this is a typical pattern that we can rotate in a way that it becomes a line, but still stays that zigzag shape. Let me do that with a sine waveform. Minus 0.5 to 0.5 seems to be quite okay, but I want to have two repeats of that. And let's start and see what's happening. So, a short period after here and here. Just do a quick save as new file, just to be sure. Do not lose any content. Okay, there we go. Okay, the effect doesn't seem to affect the pattern, but that's not a problem. Let's have a look at the rotation effect we have here. So we need that rotation. And we do from minus 0.5 to 0.5. And we do that as a sine waveform, and you see now that that's working. That's the correct setting. Okay, there we go. Well, that is way too fast, so we can only go with let's do like this. And okay, something's not right. This is what we need, and we need to phase it to. Okay, let's see what's happening. So yeah, we're building that up a bit. We're adding some because that one should not be like. Okay, we leave it that way. So what I'm doing now is, this is the main laser, but as this breakpoint is quite significant and you can hear it pretty much on the audio side, I'd like to not have that too dominant, and just want to switch off the main laser for that one. So this breakpoint should be emphasized by all the other lasers, not the center one, just to make it more diversified. So let's move on and see where we can kick in with the main laser again, because I just want to leave that for a bit for the satellite lasers to play their part. Okay, here we're gonna kick in. We have a certain part of the show that already plays, and now we kick in with more effects that we can put on the main laser. So this one and this one combined with a rotation. Because that one's always nice with the rotation. If you have the spiral going, that's always nice. And let's do like 4 rotations, not 14, 4. And see what's happening. So, sound-wise, too late, so we need to get rid ahead. Okay, I want to build that a bit colorful. So let's put some nice colors to it now. Also like a fade in, a small fade in, not much, but like that. That is nice, so we do it like that. The rest will be filled in by the satellite lasers, so the satellite lasers will give additional effects. So it's not all on one laser, basically, but on many. So let's start listening from here to here, because that one gets a bit more intense now. So that one gets intense. Let's have a look what we can use for the effects. I'm just not sure if we should use like hot beams or something like that and do just some positioning of these. It's sometimes very nice, but I'm not exactly sure if it does what we need. But it might be an option. Let's see. Let's see what this is. I'm not sure. I think I prepared some hot green beans once for that. Yeah. I think those are the two green hot beans, which is okay because they bring up some. Yeah, I wouldn't call it aggressiveness, but green as the known laser color, the main laser color, is quite nice to have on there. Okay, so more effects to it. You see, I use not too many content elements, but a lot of effects, which is the nice part. Oh, in this case, I use a different type of effect. I use a curve effect, so I can draw curves. Curve scale axe. This is what I use. This is a different type of effect, but it's super cool because you can draw the behavior. And I start from 0 to 1. No, we start from 1 to 0 because we want to have it full on. But then I have like additional points that I can set. There. So I want to have like zoom effects, and I want to put them like this, and like this, and this again. And we put more, we put like here, I put again here, and here, and here. This one goes here as well. Let's see if that works as I wanted it to work. So let's have a look. That was spot on. Have a look again. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. It's basically them positioning, repositioning in a very quick way, but according to the music, and that is pretty nice. I like that. I really like that. And we use the same thing, but we put different effects. And we just use the same type and modify it. So we just need to remember the sound. So let's remember the sound, how it goes. Okay, let's go. So let's try that. Let's try that. I add more points because I need them here. That's quite sure. Okay, this one needs to go there. The other one goes here. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. If that is what we need. Da 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 dum. Dum dum. Okay. Let's see. That's better. Dum. Let's skip them. Let's skip them. Yeah, that is nice, and then we get more of these effects. Copy, paste. Dum. Current. Okay, I like that. I really like that. We try to copy the effect in that way, in that shape, to the other scanners to have them work the same, like beam positioning thing, like the hot beam positioning thing, because it makes for a nice intermediate section. And yeah, pretty nice, pretty nice. Okay, so let's move on with the beam sequence. Just have a listen where we are so we can navigate a bit more specifically. Let's have a listen. Okay, so we need to emphasize the whole thing a bit more because it's the same pattern again, but let's listen a bit further. Okay, yeah, we can emphasize the same thing. I just probably do different colors. I'm not sure if it's the same beats, but let's have a listen if it actually is. No, it's not. So we need to adjust the beats. But as I said, I want to have this pattern in white. As I probably want to use that pattern again later on, let's just see if we can recolor the pattern in PicEdit to make sure that we can use it further in the future without hassle of recoloring and stuff. So quick save, and then we have for PicEdit. And Pic Browser. And let's check where these green beams are. Here they are. So we just load them. And all points are selected already. So let's check for recolor. We select white as color and do recolor. And as you can see in the preview already now, it's white dots. So what we do is we save as pic and just make a suffix, and that's it. So we should be able to call this content element right from the library, which is various, and there we are. There we are. That's the white one. So let's have a look. Okay, there we go. So it's white, but we need to adjust the beam sequence a bit to match the audio. Let me just put some begin here and here. And let's move on. Okay, so we have. Okay, let's check how we can sort that. So we have bum, bum. We need to extend that a bit further. This and this. Okay, then we need to do this. I think it's that pattern. I'm not sure about it, but we need to listen again to make sure if we're right with that sequence or if we need to use a different type of sequencing. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's listen. Yeah, nearly there. Okay, let's try to put some flash effects to it. So we put that. And we copy that event. Let's see how that looks like. Okay, we're nearly there. Yes. That's it. Okay. So we set begin here, set end here, and we gotta check. Okay, so we put that wave effect again that we used previously, because I think it fits in nicely. It's a smooth effect. It's not like these hot beams. It's more the smooth type of effect that should fit this intersection quite well. Let's have a look. We paste that. Oh, that was wrong. Let's just grab that. There we go. And this is where the intersection goes. So we put it like that. We have the fade in effect, and in the end we probably put some random intensity. I think that might look good. It's like a flash strobe effect, and if we do that randomly, that might look quite good. Let's see how it turns out. Okay, so this goes here, and we do some random content, just going from 0 to 1. So we have the full spectrum, and let's see how it goes. Okay, we need to make that flash a bit more, which is cool. So we copy that one, paste it here, and we do the flash and another flash. And let's see. Okay, we try to copy that, but put more effect to it, like extending the effect over the same audio pattern. So we have a similar audio pattern, but we want to extend the effect to create a visual climax. And so what I do, I just copy the event, paste all the events down here, and then we try to hit the climax point. It's not that easy. As you see, the pattern, audio pattern is a bit shorter, so it might be slightly different in terms of how it sounds, but we can still use it for the climax point. Let's have a look. We can probably skip that fade in effect. We put some like color shift effect to it. That might look good. I'm not sure about it, but let's have a look. We'll definitely let it do from 0.1 to 0.1, and we have, let's say, 6 repeats to it. Yeah, let's see how that looks like. Let's just start from here. Okay, as you see, I have duplicated that pattern. I added the color shift to it, and I also modified the length and some other parameters to make it look a bit different than the pattern we used before for a similar audio snippet. So let's play it again and see how it looks. Okay, so we're good with the effect down here. This needs some extension, it's for sure. I'm not that happy with the color shift yet, but let's see how it looks like if that spins a bit more. Not too happy with that yet. Let's see. Okay, that's fine so far. Let's save it as a different file to make sure that nothing gets lost. Okay, let's proceed to the next pattern. Just put the begin here, set end here, and yeah, let's check how that pattern part looks like. Okay, it gets more intense here, so I also like to use more intense patterns. I'm not that happy with the patterns that are available here, but let's see if we can modify some of the existing ones. I'd like to have some more diverse patterns to give that more of a intense effect here. But I think I'm not sure about that one, but that one looks nice to me. Let's go with that one. So as you can hear from the sound, it's a smoother effect. So we of course have these kind of emphasis in between, like the bam bam effects. But in this case, we also have this basic like violin part. And this violin part usually requires some, smoother effects like planes and like waves and stuff like that. So I'd like to introduce these wave effects now to the audience and do that slowly by slowly. I wanna fade in the effect and wanna make it build up and until we reach the climax in the end. Of course, we just used that wave effect on the left side, but now let's move on with that, like the bigger wave that can move a bit smoother. As you see now, the wave is just a wave that is rather static. To add more movement to that wave, we just have to let it rotate. I use that rotation effect, and let's do it from here to here. Okay, let's put the stutter effect again, like stutter here. This one we copy, we paste the effect, and we put it here. And let's zoom in and see how that probably fits in. Okay, mouse is going random. So let's have a look. Okay, so this is one of the bangs. Let's listen. Let's listen. Okay, let's add some phase out effect like this. Okay, let's see how that looks like. Okay, that's okay, because we will fill in the other lasers to make the effect beams on this. So this will be the lead scanner, the lead laser for this part of the song, and we will add effect beams, effect shots with the other lasers to make that more vivid. So it will be a correlation, a cooperation between the different lasers. But this one needs to be the lead laser for us here. So let's save that for now. Different file, just to make sure. Okay, let's check the next sequence, and let's listen to the audio so we see what we can fit in as effect here. Maybe it's the same type of wave, because it looked pretty nice with the last effect, but then we need to probably modify it a bit to look more vivid. Okay, that was a bit different. Okay, so let's see if we can use that content element, but modify it in a way that it fits, but is a new effect as well. So we have this. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, let's see how we can make that an attractive effect. I think it's a triple as far as I remember. So it was like, yeah, and that's the other one. So there's 3 times. So 3 times the bang. Let's copy that. Let's see. So here. closer so we see what's going on. See how this works out. Okay, just let that move a bit. This one we put a fade out effect. So let's put that one here. I do this. Just put that. Yeah, that's the end marker. So just let it play again. Okay. End marker here. Start marker here. And now we gotta have a change in the type of climax. So let's have a listen. Okay, so this is something completely different. So we have a different vibe in the audio. So it makes sense to reflect that. I'd like to use some of these double lines that we find here and try to make them like collapse together and then rotate and then spread up again, something like that, to reflect this kind of intense pulse of the music. Let's see if we can fit it properly and make it look good. Let me just zoom in a bit to see a bit more of the audio file so we get an idea what's happening there. So this is the first bang, and I just use the other one. We can later on use the same one and just flip it. So that is not the problem. But for the ease of the process, I just use that one. I'm not sure if it looks proper, but let's have a listen. Yeah, okay, that looks good. That looks good. We just need to ref to respect that it's a double bang at the beginning and not a single one, which is not the problem. We just copy that one and paste it, and we need to just shorten that one and put that one just slightly delayed. And now let's have a look. Yeah, that is fine. We just this one is horizontal ones. Okay, so we use those ones again because I want to have them fade in a bit. So this one is the fade in effect to that, and I want to put rotation to it. Let's just put that sort of rotation up here. That is the sort of rotation I want to have. So this one goes here, and put some 3 rotations from 0 to 1, which means it's a full circle. So circle starts, circle ends, circle starts, circle ends. And as we don't have to rewind like with a gobo wheel or something like that, it's no problem to have it like that, and it will be a continuous rotation. So let's see. Probably a bit fast. Let's keep that moving and put some randomizer in between. Maybe that helps because it's a continuous rotation, and we can use the other lasers, the other scanners, the other output lasers to emphasize it. Let's see how this works out. Okay, that is pretty nice. I wanted to put a randomizer for the intensity down here, which is okay. We do like this, and we put from 0.5 to 1, and we do this as random. Okay, so let's see. Okay, down, down, down. So we're doing some really crazy shit now. So this is down, down, down. Okay, and then this one keeps going, and we try. Let's just put a rotation to it. In this case, it's a slower rotation. We just do 2 repeats, 0 to 1. Okay, let's see how this looks like, and if it's on point. I'm not sure if it's in tune or not. Let's see. Another save. Okay, we keep doing these this emphasis on the first scanner now as well, because we have this emphasis on the other scanners later, but we need to definitely emphasize it here too, just to make sure that the whole thing works out well and we have such a punchy effect. I'd like to use a square for this. Just put it underneath here so we have sufficient space for dealing with the whole thing. And I want to scale that square to be rather small. Just want to have it equal, and it's 0.2. This is because then we have this effect in the center. See that? And the rest is evolving around it. So let's listen if that works out. Okay, I think it's quite good. Let's see. Need to zoom in a bit more to have better grip on these patterns. Okay, we get here, and then we get there as well. Okay, I'm not sure if that actually works out well, but let's see how it goes. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see if it works. No, that doesn't work. That is not as it's supposed to be. I'm not sure why it's not working, but yeah. Let's begin here. Somehow we don't get the grip. It should work out. Try again. Okay. Then we go with the square, because we introduced the square already down here. And let's move on with the square as an effect and try to work with that further. Not sure what we do with the colors because we introduced some colors up here as well. Maybe we put some coloring down here. Still for the effect, I'm not sure. Let's see how it looks like. Oh well, that looks nice. That looks nice. That is, I'm fine with that. Okay, we'll leave it like that. We can modify it still later when we decide to go for that. Set end, set begin. Okay, now I think this is a good example where we can change the roles between the scanners, because now this is the main scanner, but we don't need to do everything with the main scanner. We can also switch roles, which I think we should do. Okay, this one goes here. And we put some zoom effect as well. So in this case, let's start from 0.5 to 1.2. So we overstretch it, so it will be invisible during the whole thing. So let's see. Exactly, that's what I intended to have as an effect. Copy all active events, and there we paste those. Do the same thing here. Let's see how this works out. Begin here and then move on. Set end here. So let's start. Okay, we probably have to fill in some more dynamic effects later in this passage. I'm not sure. But we're heading towards a climax. And that is always good because there's a lot of playing back and forth with lasers. There's a lot of action going on. And I think the sound pattern might recur again. Okay, I think we use that pattern again up here. but modify it in a way that it quickly builds up and does that in different colors. I'm not sure how to achieve that to really get this effect, but we're getting there. Let's see. So so the effect is like a taking turns of these different kind of zoom things. So we have this one zooming up. Let's try if it works out. Let's try if it works out. So we copy all events, we paste them, and we make like a shifting thing happening. We just need to make sure that these do not overlap, otherwise we will have problems with the effects assignment. I'm not perfectly sure how this will turn out, but let's see if it does the effect I wanted to achieve. Not too many of those. No, it was way too quick, which is okay. Let's just move those aside, and we need them. Okay, that one we put. Let me just try that. Yeah, exactly. A bit longer. We need to get that a bit longer, but we're getting there. So let's move that out of the way. And that one we copy and we paste and let's see. Oh yes, this is exactly what I wanted to achieve. So we okay, that was a bit too fast. It's okay. Sure, if that's better. Let's have a look. We need even more span, which is okay. Let's see if that works. Even more span. But you understand the effect I want to generate. Let's see if that is sufficient. Yes, exactly. That is the effect I want to have. Okay, so I'm just playing a bit with different types of animations, just to make it more differentiated, to give it a bit more punch. And let's see how this turns out. I'm not actually sure how it turns out, but let's see if it works as expected. Oh well, that was not that bad. That was not that bad. Just need to make sure that we have enough climax with the other lasers. So we need to put in a lot of effort on the other tracks to make that look like a grand finale. Okay, so this is the main part done in the first round for the first main laser. So let's see what's up for the other lasers for the first part. Okay, so the first scanner is finished and we wanna program the second scanner. Let's keep in mind that we have 5 output scanners, so we need to consider them during programming. In fact, what I want to do is most part of the show, all the satellite pairs do the same thing, just x-axis mirrored. But there will be parts where each scanner will be triggered individually. So what I do now is I program the second scanner, which will be the first inner satellites, but I only program one track. And when I have the whole show finished, more or less finished, I will copy the content to another track. So each satellite can be triggered individually and we can modify the content, but the main content is the same on both. Just some bits and pieces that might be changed due to like chaser effects or stuff like that. So what I do now is I program the inner satellites, not the outer ones, but the inner satellites. I do that with just one scanner. So, to have a better overview of what's going on, I like to split my screen. You can do that by just dragging that up, and you can see which part of the window does what. So what we need to do is we need to assign which scanner is where. Normally, as we have the audio file, the audio visualization at the top, I'd like to have the top scanner, the one to be programmed. In my case, it's scanner 2. So it's E2, I select for that one. And on the bottom one, you see it's E1, so it's the scanner 1 that is programmed on here. So what I have now as an effect is I can see what has been programmed on the one scanner and now program on the second scanner to match the programming from the first one. So we start from the beginning again. It's the same song, but just for other lasers, for the other lasers. And as you remember, the whole song started very slowly, so I want to leave it quite slowly with the other lasers, and I just try to build up the tension by bringing in the other lasers only bit by bit. Let's have a listen. Okay, this is fine. I leave that just with the main laser. That I'll leave with the main laser as well. Okay, here is where I want to kick in with the satellite lasers. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'd rather build up the background thing. You know, there is like this sound in the background. You just listen to it again, and you recognize the background. There we go. Now it's building up like this shaker effect. This is what I want to have controlled with the second laser, to make that a bit more like, you know, building it up. It should be like a shaking line with faded out red. So it should be red with faded out edges in red. That's the idea. Let's see if we can create something like that. Before I just make a quick save. And let's open up Pick Edit and see if we can create something like that. Okay, it should be a line. That's what I already know. So I want to do a line, and it should be in red. So what I have is I have red. So let's select red as color. But I want to do a line, and it should fade in. So to make it fade in, I like to use a special drawing option. So in my case, I use black as color for the beginning, and I start with the outer part. I put one dot here, and I select another color, and now I click with the mouse wheel. And with clicking with the mouse wheel, I can select a new color. And what you see is I get a really nice fade effect. And this is super cool because just using the wheel, the mouse wheel, and clicking it, you can create fade effects. So what I do now is I do exactly the same, but just extending that, just clicking once more, and then with a normal left mouse click, and then I use the mouse wheel and click again here, and up comes the other color. And what you see is I drew a line with faded out edges by just using two different colors and the mouse wheel click. Okay, I save that. Yeah, it's fine. I save it here and we call it red line faded. Okay, let's see how this actually turns out in the show. I want to put that on here. So let's select the corresponding library, and here we go. So we put it up, and let's see if we can let that build up a bit. You can also see down here, by the way, this is the overlap effect. It's controlled up here. So with having that window selected, you see overlap, and it's scanner 1 is editing and overlap is scanner 2. And if we select up here, we're editing 2 and overlap is 2, so we don't see the overlap, which is quite good now for programming. Otherwise, you might get distracted, but using that way, it's quite good to see the actual idea of how it looks like. So something seems to have gone wrong with me selecting the pattern. Maybe I was just a bit too quick clicking. Yeah, that looks better. That's what I wanted to have. So let's see. I think the effect starts building up from here and will be something that emphasizes up to here. I'm not sure exactly about that, but let's see. We put some fade effect so it can fade in. And we put the shaker effect to it. So this one is the rotation, and we leave that rotating just minus 0.1 to 0.1, and we do like the sine waveform, and we have repeats like, let's say 10. I'm not sure if that looks good or not. We just need to have a look. Okay, so what you see is there is scanner 1. I just right click and position scanner 1. This is the upper scanner. This is the main scanner. And then we have scanner 2, which is just below, and this is what we're programming currently. You see? So this is what we have. We have this line. Okay, good. So let's see how this looks. Okay, yeah, we need to play a bit more with it, because it's like, yeah, it's pretty difficult to actually see if that looks as we want to have it. You see, I just reduce it a lot to make it not move that much. A bit too slow. We need to go a bit faster to make it match the beat. Okay, we need to check how far we need to get with this pattern. Okay, this one can go on for quite a while as far as I see. Let's see how long this goes. Okay, it goes till here. Okay, that is cool, because you've seen it built up. It's like continuously going the same pattern, but then it builds up, and it's like this bang climax. And we want to use that type of climax, but I need to check how long we. Okay, so we can use that as a let's say, small climax. It's not too big, but I'd like to have some pattern on the second scanner here to emphasize that as well. So not here, but on the second bang. Mm, let's see how we do that. Yeah, let me use the same pattern. I use the same pattern, but I use it double. So we copy that, we paste that, and on the second part, I put a rotation to it, but it's a static rotation. So I just do a 90-degree rotation, which is that one. Should it be it? So yeah, what you see down here is the cross. So I file that cross. And we put effects to it, we put fade out effect to it. I hope it turns out well with the lasers, with the fading. You never know exactly how well it turns out or not, but this is due to the fading behavior of the lasers and stuff. We need to optimize that on site. But yeah, let's see if that does well. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking what we can do for the climax, for the next climax, the next upcoming climax. Let's have a look at the pick edit again and try to do some new pick for that. Let me try a similar pattern that we just did with the red, but let's try to do that with white. Because it's much easier to later on recolor white, because we can just reduce the other colors, but it's rather difficult to recolor a colored pattern, or at least it's not as easy. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have this. Then we select white as color because the starting point is white. And we do like here. And this one goes to black. Okay, so we have this. And for the next part of the pattern, I start with black again, and it's down here. So we do the black point. And as it's black anyway, it doesn't matter that I didn't do a blank point here, because black and blank is used synonymously with lasers in most cases, because there is no black color that lasers can display. Okay. Yeah, so I have this line now, and I can use it, and you see it's showing up here already. Let me try to build the effect that I have in mind, and then let's see if it works out as I expected it to do. Okay, I do from 1 to 0, and here I do the same from 1 to 0. Okay, let's look how this goes. Okay, that was mistake of mine because I wanted it the other way around basically here. It's like, yeah. Okay, let's check again if that is fine. Bang. Yes, exactly. And then we add a quick rotation towards the end, which is just like here. And it should be a quick one from 0 to 1. Let's see if that works. Yes, exactly. So it rotates, it fades out, and then we get the bang. And I used white as color on purpose because white is the brightest effect you can create with the lasers in this context, because I don't want to use like green or something like that, which is also super bright, but it doesn't fit the whole scenery with red and white that I created initially. Okay, let's move on with the next section and see what we can do, because it looks like on the first scanner we have like a very similar pattern that comes up. So what we need to do here is with the second scanners we need to emphasize on the bass melodic line that lies underneath the primary sound pattern. So we need to listen carefully to the second level of the song. Okay, it's a bit difficult with this type of music, but it works out well. Okay, we have this first bang, dong, and this dong, this bang, dong. This dong is something that we wanna have with this sound line. This is something that we wanna express with a second laser. We just need to find the appropriate pattern. It shouldn't be that intense as the primary pattern because it's just the second layer of the sound, so we cannot be like that intense as we are with the first layer. That's for sure. So we need to find a way to make that work well. So on the first layer we have these hot beams which are super intense, and you will be able to really see them well. Mm, Now, if we want to support that, mm, I think that one isn't that bad. Maybe we need to draw some more custom things to make that fit in. Not sure exactly how we should do it. Mm, Let's head for the pick edit and try to get something done that works out well for us in this case. Um, I'm not sure if we can get a proper spline done, but let's see if that works. No, that was a failure. It doesn't work out for me. No, so then we try differently. Okay, here we go. In this case, I do that as white pattern already because I wanna change colors later and I wanna modify the colors to a certain extent. So let me just do these effects. Okay, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so save as pick, prism, fade, white, whatsoever. We need to probably rename that later, but for now it's all fine. So let's use that pattern to emphasize the whole scenery with the second part. Let's see where this goes. There it is. Okay. I just need to listen. Okay. Okay. I just modify the colors. just so we have red only, and we need to have a very steep intensity fading happening. So let's see if that works as intended. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to achieve. So yeah, let's see if we can just copy that effect. It should be somewhere around here. If it's the same type of pattern, it should be somewhere around here. But we need to think of emphasizing the whole thing a bit more. But yeah, let's see if we can play with that. Yeah, it's the same type of pattern. It does not necessarily be boring, you know, so it can be the same thing. But let's see. Okay. So yeah, there is just one time more. I just need to check if we're at the correct position. Yes, we are. What I like to do is also add the climax. So we have the climax down here, which means there is some color movement happening, and I want to do the same thing with these guys here. So by adding more of these colors, we get a shade of a different shade of red, white, like a pink thing, and then getting more and more towards the actual color. So we want to go for white in the end. Okay, here we go for 0.6. Here we go for 0.6. And for that one, we just kick it. Okay, now let's see if that builds up as expected. I'm not sure about it, but let's see. Okay, we have another build-up. It's even more built up. But that's more the visual build-up I did rather than the audio build-up. But that doesn't make a difference to us here. So we need to listen again because I'm not sure. Okay, now we can build up this emphasis again with these other lasers. So what we did with the second lasers is bringing back the background, bringing in the background bang. But what happens now is a change in priority of the lasers. So the first laser becomes a bit more, more distant to the song, so it doesn't stick too much to the climaxes, to the individual beats. But the second scanners can now take over exactly that role. So let's see if we can go with some basic patterns for this. Let's go with these double lines. This is something that we'll find in the whole story later again on the first scanner, with having these like rotating and flashing and stuff like that. But we can use that already on the second scanner to introduce that effect. So that's what I like to do. Let me listen to the beat again to get an idea how we can implement that double line for our effect. Okay, we have some introductory things. So it like stutters like da 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 da. Starting here. We need to get a bit more ahead of that. And I also like to add another stutter to it. So we have like a let's do 0 to 1. We put repeats like, let's say 15, and we do square. So it's on off, on off, on off. It's like a strobe effect. So let's listen to it. Da, 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 da. So we need to let that flash a bit less. See if that works out. Okay, we're giving all this a bit more of a climax. We're not introducing other colors than red and white for now. This is something that comes up later, and because we want to introduce the main team first, and the main team, the colors of the HSC Kreuzlingen is red and white, and that's why we emphasize on these colors first. But later on, of course, we get more colorful. Okay, so this is something that we have. It's a bit difficult. We do have some sort of we do have this recurring pattern, but I'm not happy putting the same effect all the time. But let's Okay, for me, that is okay. We can use that because it's just recurring 3 times. That is something I can live with. That's okay. We just need to make sure that we probably fill in more effects. When we see how it looks like on site, maybe it's easier to fill in more effects. Okay. Okay, I want to use some zoom effects on that, but it should be like this, I think. Let's see if that looks. Okay, I wanted to use the other pattern. Okay. Okay, good. That's actually the effect I wanted to use, but of course not as long as it's shown here. But I wanted to use it like. Mm, boom. Mm, hmm. See if that looks good. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Just increase the size of the preview window, just so we see a bit more. Now let's listen again. I think we can live with that. I think we can live with that. It's okay. It's okay. So let's make a save. Just a quick save, and then let's head on to the next part of the show, which is a bit silent. The intermediate section, and then we get going again. And as you can see down here, the first scanner pauses a bit on this part, so we need to play a bit more with the second and the third scanners. Okay, as you see, we have this part more colorful. So I introduced some colors. In this case, we have green, and then it's more colors. So I try to build up like a story coming from the HSC Kreuzlingen colors like red and white, and transform to like multicolor, like international, like multi-culture, everything together, and bring that with a colorful intermediate part. And then towards the end, we will be really punchy with the colors and really intense with the colors. But for now, I just stay with this part and with this type of coloring for that part. Now we need to beat match that a bit better. As you can see, we have a little difference to below part. Now we should be fine. Okay, let's see how this part ends then. Okay, now this is the thing where we find the climax. That's quite good because there's a breakpoint, and then we will put these hot beams, which are really nice. I like them because especially the way they are synchronized. This is it's so good. I really like that. So let's see if we can sync those. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what we want to use. But I don't want to use that green beams, but I want to use the white beams. And as I know that these satellite scanners are CT ones, I try to put some emphasis to that. So I want to use both the white beams and the green beams. To do so, I want to vary the pattern with the size. So let's copy that, paste here, and we put it underneath here. So we have both of them displaying simultaneously. As you see down here, we have the green beams and the white beams, but I don't want to have it like that because that is just scanner 1 and 2. On the scanner 2, we have double of those. So for the white ones, I just want to flip it upside down. So by doing so, this should be quite nice. Let's have a look. Oh yes, oh yes. So you see they're taking turns. So have a look at the bottom part here, so you can see it. Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to achieve. That's what I wanted to achieve. And we do the same thing with those down here. Just copy them and paste them. And then we'll see how this works out for us. Okay, that was a bit too much. So this needs to go, and this needs to go here. Just put it a bit lower so we see if it matches. Yes, it matches exactly. Copy all of these and paste all of these. So this is it. So this one gets substituted with the white ones. And these ones here are already white. So these are the white ones already. But now I want to flip those upside down. 0 and 1. And that one 2, 0 and 1. And this effect, the same thing, 0 and 1. And this effect also 0 and 1. Okay, here we go. So I hope this turns out nicely. Let's see. Set end here. Zoom out a bit. Set begin here. And there we go. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh yes. Yeah. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve. So we have these punchy effects, and as they are very similar to the first scanner, but just with more emphasis, this will turn out great. It will fill the whole room with this effect. So this is what I'm really looking forward to when seeing that live, because that will be really mind-blowing. Okay, so let's start over here, get that, and we move on to the next section. Let's see what's going on here. So we have, let's just have a listen so we familiarize ourselves with the next section. Okay, so we have this as like a, yeah, how do you call it? It's like a build-up scene. So it's an intermediate build-up scene, and of course you have these drum shots in between, but I don't want to play them with the second satellites. This is something that I want to use as emphasis from the third satellites, from the outer satellites, and that'll be interesting to see. So for here, I'd like to just reintroduce our old initial starter pattern that we used at the beginning. Because that one works pretty well as like you know uh, like a non-aggressive, very passive pattern, but it still fills the scenery with appropriate content. We'll have a rotation to that, but we only do from, yeah, that, I think that one is okay. We just do like this, so not too big of a rotation. Yeah, we need a fade in, just a small fade in to make that look not that harsh. And there we reintroduce the pattern. I'm just looking down here if it fits, so that's why I chose that track line, to be able to match it up with below content. It's much easier. Okay, we do a similar thing that we did before, by using a modified pattern to the one that's already playing, but we're doing different things with it. Okay, so this is another pattern that we know already, and I'll put some color fading to it. So, okay. That looks good. So, I'm gonna be putting that here and that here. So we do from 0 to 1, and we do from 0 to 1. So what we should get is we do that transformation a bit longer. Okay, that is good because we get the multicolored theme again. So as you've seen, we returned back to red and white, and now we're getting back to the multicolored theme, which is pretty cool. So let's use the same pattern. Let's use the same type of behavior. We copy those events, we paste them, and we need to sync them to here, I think, yeah. And then we add the multicolor effect. Okay, we get that. We copy, we paste, but we need to shorten that. Then we need to paste again. And we put it up here. There we go. Okay, let's have a closer look at the section, the next section, which is a bit different to the previous one. So let's have a closer look. Okay, so we have the flash, like bang, 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 bang. Let's see. Maybe we can use some animation for that. Just thinking of some ambient stuff like flying around smoothly, slowly. I always think of how this looks like in midair, because this will be like a beam show, so it will not be a projection as we see it here. So this always needs to be considered when doing the programming, because it will not look like that. People will not look at it as a projection, they will see it in midair. Okay, that is nice too, but I don't wanna use that now. Oh, mm. Oh, maybe that is nice. I'm not sure. Let's see how this works out. Okay, so we have this like emphasis. Okay, we need to, yeah, we take that later. I think we use it later, but for now we have this emphasis we need. So, okay, there we need to do some punchy stuff. We rather go for some pig. Let's see if this goes well. I'm not sure, but let's try it. Dun dun dun. Dun. And this one goes a bit more distant, like this. This goes. I don't remember it exactly, but I just give it a try. If that is what it could look like. Yeah. Let's have a look. And this one starts rolling. We put another effect. I want to have a curve effect, curve rotate. So that's what I want to put. And I want to put slowly beginning. And let's do spline. We put another point which is here somewhere. So it should be a spline too. Okay, let's have a look if that is as we expect it to be. Like make a special save, another save. There we go. And then we play. Of course, it would be much more comfortable for me programming on several screens. But that will mean that you cannot see everything in the video, so I decided to not do that, but rather stick with one screen only. Okay. I'm not sure if that is fine, but let's listen to it again. Okay, there we go. It's like now we did 2 repeats, and this one goes. Then we put another curve effect. Let's put curve size XY. And there we go. We do a spline. We put a point, which is a spline as well. And this point goes up, but it even goes further. So it's like this. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Need to put the end point somewhere here, start point here, and there we go. Oh, very nice, very nice. I just wanna do some different color, because in this case I wanna go for green. No, for yellow. I want to do yellow. because those dots, they look really nice in yellow. So let me just get the blue to 0. And that should do the trick. Okay, this one needs to go a bit more back. Okay, what do we have as effect? We have these squares. So we put more squares up, I think. We put more squares up, but these squares that we put here, let's see what we can do with these. Because I want to make them like blow up and scale and blow up to a certain extent. I'm not sure if that works, but let's see. I also want to get rid of all the blue, so it's just yellow, and this one should go 0.2 to 1.2. So that would be a really quick zoom effect. Let's see if that fits with the sound pattern. I'm not sure. Bit late. Okay, let's see if that's better. Not exactly sure if that was better or not. Okay, so it becomes a bit more, slower in the whole scenery. Okay, let's listen to the remaining part until the climax, so we have an idea what's still going on. I want to diversify the show a bit on this part because it's a lot of the same thing, but yeah, let's see what we can do to diversify it a bit. Okay, I think I take the same pattern again, but I will add a bit more on the color side and probably do some sparkling effect to it. I'm not sure if it will come out nicely or not, but let's give it a try. Let's first of all check if the pattern matches the beat. Mhm. Okay, now let's put some RGB effect to it. I think we don't go for the RGB effect. I think we just select a different effect. Let's try that one, if that works. I'm not sure, maybe it does. Let's see. Nah, this doesn't help us in this case. Let's try a different one. So we try color rotation, let's try color shift. Yeah, I think that is more the type I plan to see. In the whole scenery, by reducing the projection part, the figures, it will become more intense. So the beams will become more intense by having less to draw. This will create some sort of flicker effect by just doing this. I hope it gets, yeah, it will look nicely with the lasers. Not sure exactly, but let's also see if what happens if we add like additional color thing. Oh yeah, this is cool because it starts up normally and then it gets to green and then we do all green and then we continue with green here. That's quite good because then we can use the type of effect with green. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. Also, the hierarchy of the effect is that green is underneath, so we have full green from the sparkling beginning to the full green now. Oh, that looks nice. That would be a nice one. And then we have the transition, and that would be cool. Okay, so let me check. So the next section, you see there is a lot of like these small snippets. So there will be some more intense music going on, and yeah, let's start. Let's begin here. Set the end marker here. Let me just zoom out to see how much we still have to go. Not long anymore. It's just that final part, which is quite good. Full scanner level 2. We have more, one scanner pair more to deal with. Okay, let's have a listen. let's change this to red, because what we have is the final part that should go back to the native colors of HSC Kreuzlingen, which is red and white. So from the colorful part, we move back to red and white, and yeah, let's see how this goes. Okay, something went wrong. No. Okay. Need to go the other way around. Okay. Very nice. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some high intensity effects on the second layer, because this is now a bit difficult to deal with, because we have the main laser down here doing the emphasis. Now we have to deal with the melody. So this does just the bang bang, and we need to deal with the melody, and the melody is now what's up for the second lasers. Oh yeah, that might work out. I think we need to do a bit longer with that. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, this is very, very nice. And we put it all to red, I think. No, we leave that fading, so we put that to a fade effect. Oh yeah, that'll be nice. Let's just put this side by side so we have a cool effect just moving on, and we modify that effect. Yeah, we can select another one later on, but we can also introduce some sort of rotation to it, because this effect's already rotating, but we can increase the speed. Let me check what we can do for the recoloring of these. Because currently it looks like that. Okay. Yeah, we need to get that to red. So all these beams should be red, or some shade of red. I need to check on that. I haven't done that before, but we'll find out. Should be possible to switch colors with this. No, this seems to be something linked to a palette. We don't do palettes. Um, let's check if it's the color shift thing. No, it's not the color shift. There are so many different effects that you need to familiarize yourself with what each effect does, as I have to do now. Okay, from color index, let's see if we have like blue, color index, red. No, this doesn't work. Because we don't use any like color index, we have RGB values, so this will not work. So let me check if we can kind of let's have a look in the more detailed color morph. Let's check what color morph does. I've got no idea, but we'll find out. Okay, destination color buffer. Yeah, it seems this is all linked to color buffers. We don't want to deal with the buffers. We want to deal with RGB values. I do know that it's possible, but I'm not sure where to check for this. But let's have a look. Is it that? I don't know. Did I try that already? Yeah, I did. Yeah, this is all linked to like palettes. But palettes are normally not used anymore. We go for RGB values. So I need to check. Maybe it's the hue thing. Yeah, that is more or less what I wanted to achieve. No, it's exactly not what I wanted to achieve. Okay, so this is where we do all the thing red, and okay, it's a bit more difficult than I expected it to be, but we get there. Mm, okay, we need to do some tricks now. So we copy these events, we paste these events just here. So the hue is applied. This one, so this goes, and this goes, and there we have like we put an intensity curve. Intensity curve. No, not like that. We need to put an intensity curve, which is curve intensity. So what happens is we're doing this intensity up. So it goes like linear from 0 to 1, but we put it like this. And then, so let's see if that's correct. Just switch me back to the previous part. I don't want to go to the previous part. I want to advance further. So let's see. Begin here and end here. Okay, yeah, there we have the climax, and it's all these colors now coming out. So it's like the color flash coming in, and then I wanna do the story that the red and the white battles these colors down, and we get to the final blast. Okay, we just need to make sure that we do not make too many drawn points. That's why I place that exactly the same way, but I change it from 1 to 0, and then I add another intensity part just here, which is 0 all the way, just to make sure that this part down here, this content is 0 and this one goes up. So then we have like from red, okay, that is super neat. I like that. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, let me check. So we need to extend our time frame a bit more because there's some repetition to all this, but of course we want to make it look nice. So this one goes copy and paste. Okay, now we put in the hue effect again, because I want to now have all these colorful lasers battled down by red and white. I'm not sure if this works out or if the effect is visible at all. I'm not sure, but let me just give it a try if that works out. And now we go on with red. Okay. So let's see how this turns out. So I also want to start over with letting this rotate slowly by slowly, but with increasing speed. To do so, we need to add the rotation effect, but with a curve. So I do the curve rotate Z in this case, and I start letting this rotate. And we use a spline, and we use some delay, like putting it here, and then we have a spline. A bit. Let's just go a bit smoother with that, like this, and let's see if we need to shift it back and forth depending on the beat. Okay, we need to turn it the other way around, which is okay. 0, 1, and 0. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, we need to put that, and then we are in full rotation, and this means we're getting there with this going from 0 to 1 and repeating that 2 times. And yeah, I need to check how this finishes, because okay, I finished that. The problem is that it's a pre-made animation, so as it's a pre-made animation, I cannot just reduce the length or something like that, because the speed of the animation is linked to the length of the track on the timeline. So this is a problem with the pre-made animations. It's actually not a problem, but it's something that needs to be considered. So I just reduce intensity at the point where it's necessary, and I also stop rotation at that point, I think. Let's see, and here we need to put that to full white, I think, because we need to battle the intensity a bit, because red is not super intense, but white is. So for the final thing, we need to go full blast with the white. There we go with white. So as we've seen, if we put color, it becomes white, whatsoever. Okay, let's have a look if this works. Okay, we should put some sort of grand finale here, and I'd like to do that with big bang of a circle, like starting from no, that was wrong. Starting from small, it's just one bang as a start, as a finish. We start from 0, which is just a single beam, and we do 1.2. And we do not linear, but we do sine. And we need phase. Yeah. So let's see if that is what I wanted. Yeah, that looks good, but we need to go a bit bigger. Okay, yeah, I definitely like that. So let's have a look at the final part of this. So again, the end here, let's start with that. And I just make the preview a bit bigger. Yes, that is exactly that. Okay. Okay, so we're heading for the last laser to program. So we have scanner number 1, scanner number 2. Now we're gonna go for scanner number 3. But we will not do it as 3 because we wanna keep the sequence like being 1 is the center, 2 and 3 will be the inner satellites, and 4 and 5 will be the outer satellites. So what we're gonna program now is 4. Just as an explanation, we will copy later, when everything is finished, we'll copy the second scanner to the third scanner and the fourth scanner to the fifth scanner. So these become x-axis mirrored. This will be set in the general settings, so they will be x-axis mirrored, and these ones too. So that should work then. So for programming, this is ready, and now we're heading for that. Okay. To not get any irritation, I switch off the overlay just to make sure that everything works well for us. So I make save. Okay, so there we go. Let me just start here, and we put end here, and let's start over again. Before we get started, we need to make sure that we see all the scanners we're programming at the same time. So what I'm gonna do is I'll put scanner number 1 to the center somewhere. Scanner number 2 I put left, and scanner number 3 I put to the right, just so we see what's going on. So we have 1, 2, 3, but as it's not 3, but it's 4 that we're programming. 3 is not important, but it's 4. Okay, so this is what we put here. It is important that for getting the preview properly, we need to activate that. I do it on scanner 4, and scanner 4 is track 4. We can mix match that normally, but in this case I just leave it like that. Inversion off, and that's it. So let's just listen to the previous show part. Let's just listen to here, so we can get an idea what we need to do on the outer lasers, so the outer 2 lasers. Okay, maybe we let the other ones kick in with this double shoot here. So we have this double thing that's happening here on the first scanner. You see that? It's just changing the color. And I think we put some effects on here. Yeah, let's use the fade effect I programmed here. It's not too dominant, so I don't want to have these lasers to be dominant in first place. They will become dominant later, but not for now. Okay. I try to do like a terrace effect. Terrace effect. Let me put that. And I need to put an offset to it, otherwise it will not work. Let me just put an offset here. So we put Shift X, Shift Y. No, that is wrong. Shift Y, that's what I need. Okay, I wanna have that shifted on the Y-axis just a bit. So this one is to we put that to 0. No, 0.1. Okay. And that one goes to 0.3. And that one goes to 0.7. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Okay, something seems to not be right because it's not showing. So this goes from 1 to 0. That's okay. I don't see the point why it's not on here. Normally it should be visible, but it's not. It's 3, it's 4. Let's try to assign it to a different, on 3 there is scanner 4. Should normally do, I'm not sure. Maybe this is out of range, but that can't be out of range. No, it's still not showing. I'll get it. It is not showing. Yeah, let me just try it with a different pattern just to make sure. No, we don't get preview on this. Hmm. That is really strange. Should be able to get preview on this. Okay, now this is the scanner number 1 kicking in. And yeah, normally it should be like that. If we arrange it like this, it should all be fine, and we should see all the preview and everything. Let me just check what's probably potentially wrong with that. Maybe there is a safety zone or whatever strange setting in there, but it doesn't seem like there is a strange setting. It's just like not showing. Let me just put something on here and see if it outputs that. No, it doesn't. It looks like it doesn't output here. Okay, let's try something different. Let's try like setting this There we go. Okay. So basically, what happened was that the start and end point of the show kind of reset, and with this reset, it was not possible to play back the show anymore, and that's why it was out of boundaries. That's why it didn't show, but the rest showed well. So, okay. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, you see it down here. Here we go. It's down here. Okay, we probably need to do that a bit differently. We need to go to minus 0.3. Okay, then we do 0. And we do 0.3. Okay, and then it should look better. Yeah, that's good. Looks good. I'm not sure if you have seen it. I did, and I like it. It's like putting these lines on 3 different lines, and they're fading out one after the other, but appearing very quickly. So let's see how this can be continued. Oh, failed to save document is not a good sign, so we need to just make a new version of it. There we go. Oh Jesus, that is not good. Let's stop that whole output and save as. Oh, let's have a look how the next sequence goes. Okay, don't want to do too much on these outer scanners at the beginning, because the beginning is pretty slow, so we just introduce these additional lasers bit by bit, so we don't want to go full force with them. This is something that we'll do later. Okay, let's see if we can bring that up a bit more. We use that pattern in the center, and we could use that one here, introducing it as a let's put the hue effect to it so it's red. And we put what the hell? Why is this white? Ah, no, we just reduce green and blue, and then we get red. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's try to add a curve for size. And first of all, we start with slow, go to 1.2. Let's go to 1.4, then we have more time. Now we do spline. We add another point, which is down here, which is also spline, and this goes up here, and this goes down here. So there we go. So 0 position, and let's do 0.3. So we do we need to go from 0 to let's try that. I want that to overshoot. Not exactly sure. Yeah, now there we go. Okay, let's try if that works out now. Okay. Yeah, that's fine for me. Let's save it. Set begin here. And we set the end sequence here. So what we did was just like whoop, and then we go full blast like. Okay, I don't want to have too aggressive parts on the outer side of the whole scenery. Just thinking how to. Yeah, that might be nice. Let's see how it works out. I want to have these collapse by time. So like collapsing, like a collapsing effect. As you see, it's two layers, so they basically can collapse towards each other. To achieve that, I need to either do size or do a rotation. I think I do the rotation thing. Yeah, that one should work. Let's see if we can use it for the whole sequence. I'm not sure. Let's try to use it for the whole sequence. Well, we need to make it more vivid, more crazy over the course. Let's do like 6 repeats. I'm not sure how many it is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's try if it goes with 10 repeats. If that is fine. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. That's way too fast. We cannot have it that fast. That is way too fast. Just need to have it see how this works out. Do it the other way around, and we put okay. Yeah, that is quite nice. We will add some like chaser effects and stuff like that later when we're on site and we build up everything so we see how it will look like in the whole scenery, because I'm not sure how it will look like if we do the chaser effect, so I just need to be on site and check on this when on site. It's much more, yeah, it's much more helpful to have that in vision to see how the lasers react, how they look like. That is very helpful for programming that. Okay, let's listen to the next part. Yeah, for this part, I'd like to simply copy those effects from the main scanner to timeline 4, and I do that copy active items to 4, bang, and there we go. So this one is 1 and this one is 4. Okay, so what we have is we have the same thing happening on the outer lasers and the center laser, but not on the first satellites. Just the outer laser and the center laser. I think that does some nice effect because it bands a bit differently. Okay, so for this time we go to the second part, and I'd like to have this, 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 and this. Oh, we do that as well. Let's copy all this. We copy this to scanner 4, so it's from scanner 2 to scanner 4. Okay, so this one needs to be scanner 2 again. And let's see how this works. So okay, so this is, yeah, basically if we do it like that, yeah, that's cool. But in this case, I want it the other way around. I do 1 to 0. Yeah, for this part, I copy the scanner on 1 because I think that is pretty nice. I just need to make sure. Yeah, this is the overlay, so we don't care about the overlay. We just want to have this part and copy to 4. Okay, so we're in 4, and here we need to make sure that we're underneath and in line. So it's the same effect down here. Okay, good. So this one should go back to 1. This is the outer laser. So this one goes exactly that way, like some psychedelic part. Okay, this one we definitely need to copy as well, but we need to put some additional effort to it. I'd like to. How do we do that? This one is scanner 1. So what we do is we select that and copy this to scanner 4. Now that is fine. So this one goes back to scanner 1 and this is scanner 4. But we need to change this part. I'm not sure if we can use a different set of hot beams. Let me just check if we have other hot beam effects that are not like hundreds of points, but yeah, we just create our own effect for that. Yeah, that was wrong. I need to go to pick edit. There we go. Okay, here, pick edit. And we just want to do some hot beams. So what I do is I just place 1 point here, 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here. So this is like a symmetrical setup with 4 points. So it's not like we had before, but I see I didn't do that properly in line. So well, no problem here. We just do it again. If I press Shift while drawing, it snaps the whole thing to grid, which is very helpful in my case here. So save as pick, and this goes to the. I just leave it here. It's like 4 dots in line, white. Okay, we should be able to use that on here. Back to various. Doesn't seem to have saved on here. I'm not sure why, but it seems it has not saved properly. Let's save again. Oh, it's in HSC. It's in the wrong folder. I just put it on here again. Okay. I was wondering why, but yeah, then of course it makes sense. So there we go. We have the 4 dots. And here's that one here as well. This is all about the beam sequence, so it's not too spectacular, but we need to put something else as a fill effect. Otherwise, it might be a bit boring. So let's try that. Let's have a look how this goes. Okay. Begin here and here. There we go. Okay, maybe we add some turning to that, some random turning. I'm not sure if this makes sense or not, but let's see if this kind of let's do it like that. We do some 0, 1 and repeats. We do like 10. Don't know. Let's see how this goes. Okay, if we just leave it a bit slower, it might actually look pretty good. Look up here in the corner. So with this, we just do a short sequence. It's not much. We just leave that like fading in from or shooting in from 0 to 1.3. So it shoots out of the scale. Let's do 2. So we don't mind. So let's see how this looks like. Yeah, we do like some dancing hot beams. And these ones we turn, but only very, very slowly, but rather often. So we just do very little, like this. And we do that as triangle waveform, and we have I'm not sure how many counts we need, but let's see. Let's see. Have a look at this here. See, in this part, you see it. bit too slow. We need to speed it up a bit. Might be 12. We don't move it that fast. We just let it move very, very little. And we also keep that in the red. We don't want to have that in white because it's too pushy. White is too bright. Just leave it as it is in red. We save it as another file, just to make sure. Okay, so yeah, I just copy it, but we need to modify it a bit. Okay, some part went lost. So let's have a look. Set begin here and set end here. Okay, for this I will definitely copy that, that, and that, and that, and these parts too. And here we delete that. Now we can simply copy that to scanner 4. So here we're back at 1. Here we are at 4. That means that in terms of effect, gonna be like okay, very nice. Okay, so everything is in order now for the track 1. I just reorganized the pictures of the players. They're in the correct order, and some of them are not introduced in detail, so these ones are accumulated at the last part. But these are the players that are introduced in person. They will show up and walk on the field and will be introduced, and these ones are just shown on the screen. So what we need to do still is the final part. This one we'll do that later, but we still have to cover some content on scanner 4. You remember, so this is scanner 4, just to remove the overlay, so we just need to cover that part until here. So let's dive into that and have a look what we need to do. Still, just increase the preview window a bit and start set the begin here and end here, so we get an idea what's going on. I just need to check if the mapping is done correctly towards the different output channels, and there we go. Just make sure that we do not have any inversion, and that's it. Okay, there we go. Good. Sounds all good. I make a new version. And let's play. Okay, so that is the wild part. So it's the wild part. Let me just check where these positions are. This is position 4. This is the actual scanner that is playing. So we have an eye on that one while programming. But we need to check first because there's some wild stuff happening on the other scanners. So let's see how we can fill in with the outer ones. Okay, I think we go with the climax and we fill in with the other lasers just here. As you see, we have these yellow dots, so it's quite bright yellow on the one hand, and we have these lines on the other hand. I'm not sure what to do exactly, but let's have a look what might fit in. So we have the dots and we have the lines. So I would either go for another line or more dots. I think that one goes well. It is basically just 2 lines of dots, but let's see how we can introduce that a bit more diversified here. Let's see. Okay, I'd like to let that rotate. Mm, 0 to 1, we make 2 repeats. Let's have a look how this looks like. Let me just dock that window. I like to dock it just up here. For now, it's fine. If I want to do some different type of programming, then we can do that later. But for now, it's fine for me. Let's have a look at the preview. Okay, now we need to synchronize it a bit, so we need to check where this goes. Okay, and then let's keep the rotation, and we add another rotation, which is just the other one, like this, and it starts from here. It starts from here. It starts from here and does like 0 to 1, and we do some sine waveform, and we do 2 repeats. So let's have a look how this looks like. Okay, I want to have that in yellow. I want to have yellow beams, not white beams. Because if we do that in white, it's probably too dominant. Because as we learned, white is super bright in terms of visibility. Yellow is also pretty bright, but not as bright. So, but we can change that later. So it's not a big deal to change that in the course of the final setup. So this is something we need to check on when we run the show the first time. During the checkup later, we'll see that, you know, as soon as everything's built up, we see how the location works with the lasers. We see which effects work well, and then we can decide how to adapt all these things. Okay, so it's basically the same pattern. Yeah, okay. I see what we can do. To emphasize on all this, I'd like to multiply the content that we have here. So I'd like to actually put this same effect another time down here, but in a different phasing, so a different phase shift. Let me just move that to the top. And then we put that effect again. That one, it's on that one. So after that finishes, we put that one again, and then we put that one for the climax. Okay, this one we copy, and here we paste it. this one goes like that, and we paste again, and it goes like that. So I'm not exactly sure how well it works out, but in the end, all this needs to turn red. So just move that a bit down here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get that and that, desaturating that. Okay, 0, 0, and 0, 0. Okay. That up, and we do the and there we go, from 0 to 1. Okay. Let's zoom in a bit to get that aligned properly. Looks to me like there is some different approach. Yeah, we need to get that to end exactly at the same time. Good. Okay. Okay, let's have a listen and see how it looks like. Always watch out for that laser. So it's a bit difficult to see, but it's the hot beam. So yeah. Turning up here. Okay, we need to copy that, paste that. So this one needs to do the same effect, otherwise it will not work out properly. Okay, move on to the next chapter. It's the final chapter for this sequence. So let's have a look. So this is the climax we're getting. Okay, I really like what the second scanners are doing. This is something we probably do a chaser effect later on, but I'm not sure about that yet. So what I want to do is I want to copy what we have on scanner 2 to scanner 4. Because I really like what we're doing on scanner 2. Let me just try to get hold of this sequence and copy that to scanner 4. Now we should have the same thing on scanner 4, but of course we need to diversify it a bit because it doesn't make sense to have that all move the same thing. In fact, it looks nice. Oh well, let's see how this turns out. We just leave it like that, and on site we can then later on add some chasers. I think that's the best thing to do. So we just leave it like that. Okay, let's have a look at the final part of the show. The final part here is climax. It's only a climax. It's a massive climax that we put at the last part of the show. This is because we need to get rid of the gauze screen that we put up for projecting the faces of the players to. So while we're removing that gauze screen, we'll play that highlight. So it will be like a big blast thing, and it needs to be really intense, so people look towards the lasers and not towards us removing the gauze screen. So this is the idea behind this. What I like to do is I like to play a lot with chaser effects on that. It needs to be high intensity chasers because this is something that is super neat and should work out really good. So what we need to do is we need to consider that it's not only like 3 lasers as we programmed them, 1, 2, and 4, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we also need to specify which is 1, which is 2, which is 3, 4, and 5. So from my perception, it's 1 is the center, left to it is 2, right to it is 3, left outer is 4, and right outer is 5. That is what is my idea of bringing that up. So if we want to do a chaser from left to right, we need to start with 4, then 2, 1, 3, 5. Okay, this is just something you have to have in your mind when programming. So let's listen to the last part so we get an idea what the music is like and where we can put our chasers to. Okay, for the first part, I'd like to just have some. It's the violin thing. We just need to have something that is moving left and right and shaking a bit. So like shaker effects. Let's do that. There we go. This is what we are using for it. It'll be like until we have the big bong. We also have a fade-in effect with it. Fade-in effect. Like this. And we have movement. So it's shift left and right. It's only a slight shift. So it will be like a very slight shift left and right. Let's do minus 0.5. We just add that. It will be like 15, and it will be like a triangle. Okay, let's see how this looks like. Yeah. And we'll have that moving from top to bottom. So we have it at 0. Oh yeah, I think that's quite fine. So we'll have that yeah, so this is quite nice. We have that effect. That's what I would like to have on copy. So we put that to copy to scanner 1. Okay, we copy that. Oh, we just go back. We copy that to scanner 2. We copy that to scanner 3, and we copy that thing to scanner 5. Okay, so all of them do the same thing. I'm not too sure what we do in the middle, but I'd like to move more towards the end where we need the climax. Okay, so this is somewhere here. Okay, so what we're gonna do, and it's a bit tricky to do that, but it's not too difficult, but it will really give a nice effect. So what we need to do is we need to have an overview over the different tracks. So the tracks are not individual anymore as they were before, but they play together. We need to... Yeah, we need to find a pattern that we work with, and we need to make the effect work like a chaser. it is pretty difficult to get that set up the first time, but it's much easier to do that the next time. So let's just try that. So we start from 0 to 1. Okay, so both of these go very short, and we copy that. This is scanner 4, so this is the first one. It's the left one. Okay, so we do from left to right. So the next one we need to copy to is scanner 2, because that's the next one to it. Okay, so we copied it to scanner 2, and I just do it one step shifted. Okay, let me just check on that. It's too big. It's just shifted by one. Just not sure why this doesn't snap to grid. Does it snap? Not exactly sure. It should so. Now it snaps. Okay. So if you see, if we put scanner 4, oh, we can do overlay. So we do overlay scanner 4. This is overlay scanner 4. So what we do now is we get that one and we copy that one. Copy to 1, because the next one in the row is 1. Okay. This one goes to 1. Okay. So if we do overlay 2, then we see what's happening on scanner 1. So next one is that one copying to 3. Okay. We do overlay 1. Now we see that. And then the last one is 5, because that's one in the right corner. Okay, so 5. Okay. So what you see is we just created a chaser. Let me try to play that in a loop. So we better see how it looks like. Set begin here, set end there, and that's quite fine. So let's have a look. Sorry, I forgot to set the end. See, that is the chaser effect. So I put the chaser to all of these, and yeah, that's it basically. So if I wanna use that before, I need to find out where it starts. Okay, I copy that. Copy all active events to clipboard, paste active events to and that's basically the next section. So this is, again, it's 4. So we need to copy that to 2. I need to do the same thing as before. Okay, can overlay 4, 2. Then we need to copy that to 1. That's the next one. Okay, and then we copy that to 3. And then we copy that to 5, because that's the outer one. Okay, now what we created is 2 chasers that run one after the other. Let's look. Okay, let's have a look how this looks like in reality when we have everything set up, and then we can see how this works out. Because I think it will be a really nice effect, because it gets all this bang effect, this intense visuals with just having white. Probably putting some colors to it later, but I'm not sure. I think white is perfectly fine for this kind of effect. Before we can start over with our show, we need to make sure that we set up the worlds correctly so nobody gets harmed with laser projection, laser beams, and therefore we use our grid test pattern and we copy that to each output channel. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, each one gets a copy of this grid. Well, we will output that grid to all scanners, and then we make the settings for the projection worlds. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have different worlds per output scanner. So it's not like a normal projection zone, but it's different worlds that we can use. With clicking on the control center, the connected hardware shows up. You see we have 6 output channels connected, and by activating them one by one, I can determine which scanner is what. And what I do now is I name the scanners accordingly. So I know which laser is where. So I name them according to their position. And by doing so, I can easily find them afterwards and align them properly. And I know which scanner is what. What you can also see is I just try to set up the scanners, but I don't touch the projection zone in the right part of the window. It would be possible to set the projection zone, but I don't do that. I just leave the scanners as they are, just to make sure that everything is at the full projection area, and we will reduce, or we will make the world zoning not here in the projection area, the total projection area, but we will do that with the world settings, because we will have the situation that there will be laser beams above the heads of the audience, but there will also be a projection on the floor. So the same scanner needs to do overhead beams as well as projection beams to the floor, and that's why we need the different worlds. So one world specifies the overhead beams and the other one the floor beams. So what I do here is I just make full scale projection zone for each output scanner to make sure that I'm able to set the worlds properly later. We only have 5 output channels, but there is a 6th card in the network. So this is detected as well, but I just leave it at 0. I do not name it. It's just in there for testing purposes, so this doesn't matter. Okay, so we got that set up, and we save it, of course, some quick saving in between. And now we make sure that we can do proper world settings. Before we do that, I check if each of the hardware output channels is set to full scale in the shownet as well. So as you can see, one of these is not set to full scale, so I just needed to reset that. You may have noticed that I pressed the stop button, because as soon as you stop the output in real time, you are able to use the admin tool to access all the hardware. If you don't press stop but just have it in play, it's not possible for the admin tool to access the hardware because it's blocked by Showcontroller. So make sure to press stop before you do that. Now we have full frame for each of them. What I have to do is I have to flip the y-axis on all the lasers because I mounted them upside down for testing purposes on tripods. So I just flip them upside down. So to get a proper output, I just need to flip the y-axis. Okay, everything seems to be fine just now. Let's move on. So we have the edit window 1. Edit window 1. We do output on edit window 1. And we want to put a zone, a world zone up there. Make sure everything is correct. Okay, then we hit the edit settings, edit world settings, and you see we have the option to adjust the size and the position. This is mainly what we want to do. So I rescale on the y-axis and then I shift it on the y-axis. So we have the overhead beams. You see in the part world it says audience, and audience is our standard world we're dealing with. So all the content, or the majority of content, is set to be projected to the world audience. As you see, I just made the adjustments, and what I do now is I save the settings with the same name. So if you use the same name for saving the settings, it will be overwritten, and if the program needs a restart, the settings will be preserved, and that is very important. So don't choose a different name, use the same name. And yeah, I just already moved on to the scanner 2. You see that scanner 2, I just changed the track view to scanner 2 and then hit the same icon, and we open the settings for scanner 2. Do the same thing, use the same name for saving, and save these settings. And we proceed for each scanner. You see in the top view, you see there is the 2, which is scanner 2. Now channel 3, same thing, we switch to channel 3, channel 2, those were the scanner settings, wrong settings. Now this is the world settings, and this is scanner 3, world settings. Open that one up. You see in the top view, scanner 3. We have still the world audience we're dealing with, and I just use the same settings as for the other lasers because they are aligned the same way, and I can use these settings to make that work. Okay, move on to scanner 4. Same procedure. Also, you see world as audience. We do the settings. Save that again. And the last one, scanner 5. Same thing, add the settings. You can imagine that this is all projected in real time with my laser setup here in the studio. The thing is, I cannot film that because when I film that, during the setup, my camera might get hit by lasers, and I don't want to destroy the camera. So I just left the camera off, but you will see the result in a second. So this is just for you so you understand. This is actually happening in reality. I have some actual laser setup, and I just watch with my eyes and see where the zones are so I can set the zones properly. And this of course needs to be visually done. And I'm now checking if the zones project properly, and you see there is one content element, and if I check on that, this is not in the world audience. You see that where there's world, it's in world screen. So what I need to do is I need to change the settings for the world screen as well, because this part with the animation is supposed to be projected to the floor, and this is basically another world, a different world. So what I do is I use the same test pattern I used for world audience, and I change the settings to world screen for this test pattern. And if I now change things to world screen, I can adjust the settings for the world screen, and you see the standard settings are quite small, so I need to do some adjustments and make it fit my area I want to project to, which is the floor in this case. Remember, you have to do these adjustments on site. So if you have set up somewhere, you need to do it on site. It doesn't make sense to make that beforehand in the studio, because you will have completely different situation on site. So make sure that you understand how this works and you don't get stressed out doing that, because you will have to do that on site when doing the show, before you do the show. So this is the general alignment work you do on site. Okay, there we go. So everything looks quite good. And this is basically how it looks like with the audience for all scanners above the audience and above the camera. And if there was some zone that would hit the camera, it would look like a completely different thing. So we want to avoid that in this case, but there may be reasons where you want to audience scan. There is some limitations. This is if you would audience scan with a center laser. So it changed the world for the center scanner. And this is how it looks like in the way we want to do it. So we have the first scanner, the center scanner, also have two zones. So one zone to the floor and one zone above the audience. So one scanner have two different zones. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. The final video, how it looks like, is available on YouTube. You find the links after the video ended, and also in the description. You can also download the files I created during this tutorial in the link in You can also find the link to all the files I created during this tutorial in the description. Subscribe to our channel for more tutorial content in the future.